The great hall of the manor at dusk, firelight moving low along the wall, the dark timbers overhead, and somewhere down the long room, the soft murmur of supper being laid. If these quiet nights help you sleep, you are welcome to subscribe, but only if you truly enjoy them. Now let the lights around you dim, wherever you are. Let your breathing slow and grow even, each breath a little longer than the last. Let the day loosen its grip, one small weight at a time, and let your eyes close whenever they grow too heavy to hold open. In your mind, step in through the screen's passage, out of the cold and into the firelight, where the warm air smells faintly of wood smoke and crushed herbs. And tonight, we drift slowly through the manor hall at dusk, the candles lit and settling, the long table laid for supper, the dogs turning in the warm rushes, the household easing, little by little, down toward sleep. Behind you, the cottages have shut their faces for the night, a wooden shutter drawn across each small opening, and from each roof a thin blue thread of smoke leaks up through the louver, because down here the fire sits open on the floor, and its smoke must find its own slow way. You are climbing the track up from the village at the end of the day, and the light is nearly gone. Out, the cold air smells of turned earth and old wood smoke. Ahead, above the bare trees on the rise, one long roof stands darker than the sky. The track meets a wall, and in the wall a gate. It stands open still, but only just. Within the arch is a heavier door, and beside it a smaller one, a single person's width, waiting to become the only way through once the bar drops for the night. You pass under the arch, and the stone breathes out a chill it has held all day. Your feet find packed earth. Then the courtyard opens around you, a well, a water trough, the smell of horses and straw carried loose on the wind. Across the yard, the hall shows itself, long and higher than it is wide, its roof climbing into the last of the dusk. A little true glass glints faintly at the far end, holding what remains of the light. Somewhere, a dog barks once and stops. You cross toward a low arched door, and beyond it a narrow passage, screened off from the room within, with two dark doorways opening from it, one toward the smell of ale, one toward the smell of bread. The wind falls away behind you as you step inside. The passage gives onto the hall, and the first thing is the fire. It is set into the stone wall at the far end, beneath a heavy hood of stone that gathers its smoke and carries it up and away through the wall so that the air here is clear enough to see, far overhead, the dark timbers of the roof holding their own shadow. The light is low and horizontal. It reaches along the floor, finds the edge of a bench, the rim of a cup, the curve of a dog's back, and lets each of them go again. You take a step, and the floor answers. It is strewn with rushes, fresh green ones laid over the old, and scattered through them are handfuls of cut herbs, chamomile and mint and lavender, and a little meadow's wheat, so that your foot, pressing down, releases a cool green scent up into the warm room. The fresh top layer is gathered and laid down often. The whole deep bed beneath it is changed perhaps twice in a year. For now it is soft and dry underfoot, and it smells faintly of a meadow. There are two kinds of light in this one room, and they tell you who sits where. At the high table, on its low raised floor, the candles are beeswax, tall and pale and steady, almost without scent, but for a faint note of honey, standing upright on iron prickets. Down the length of the hall, the light is humbler, tallow, dimmer and yellower, guttering a little, smelling faintly of the kitchen it came from. In the poorest corners, only a thin rushlight burns. It is rank made visible as light itself. On the wall behind the high seat hangs a cloth of deep blue, worked all over with small silver birds, the Lord's own colors made soft and hung where his back will rest. It is not the whole hall dressed in cloth, only this, one deep blue hanging, quiet in the firelight, the little silver birds catching and losing the flame. The other walls wear plainer painted cloths. Where there is cloth like this, the room does not ring, it murmurs, and voices come to you softened. At the die's end, a few small leaded lights are set into the wall, diamond quarries of a little true glass, faintly green, holding the last blue of the dusk and doubling the fire dimly within them. Everywhere else the openings are only openings, and one by one their shutters are knocked closed and barred against the night and the cold. Among the rushes, the dogs move, a greyhound and a heavier hall dog, nosing for scraps, then folding down by the warm hearthstone with a sigh, claws clicking once on the stone before the stillness takes them. The hall is filling, without hurry. People come in from the yard and the cold and the far rooms, shaking the evening off their shoulders, and they go to their places along the walls and the benches the way water takes the shape of a bowl. This is the largest room most of them will ever stand in, grand by the measure of the village below, modest, they would be told, beside a great lord's. Under this one long roof, a whole household gathers, a couple of dozen souls and no more, grooms, pages, hall servants, the people who keep a knight's house, turning through its days. It is a machine for one thing, this room, and the thing is hospitality. One roof, one fire, one coming meal, and every person set somewhere in an order they all already know. Nobody explains it. They simply go to their places, and the murmur of them rises and settles like a slow tide. If you had come up from the village, and most of the people in this hall once did, the difference would sit strangely warm on you. Down there the fire burns open in the middle of the floor, and its smoke hangs low and finds the roof louver when it can. Here the fire keeps to the wall, and the air stays clear. Down there, a shutter is the only thing between the room and the weather. Here a little glass holds the dusk a moment longer while the shutters close behind it. Down there the light is rushlight and the poorest tallow. Here, at the high end, it climbs to steady wax. And yet the hands that carried the wood, that laid the rushes, that will bring up the dishes, those are village hands, village children grown. This is not another world from the cottages below. It is one bright, warm room in the same one, and half the people in it were born within a mile. Outside, the wind has come up with the dark, and you can hear it working along the eaves and pressing at the shutters, testing each bar in its brackets. Inside, that sound only makes the warmth feel more solid. The last of the openings is closed now. The room has drawn itself in for the night, sealed against the cold with timber and iron and a little precious glass. The fire holds the far wall like a low sun that will not set. Between the wind outside and the fire within, the hall sits in that narrow, warm band where people can be easy, where a body can put down the weight of the day and simply wait, without thinking much, for supper and for sleep. Look up, and the light does not follow you all the way. It pools at the hearth end, thick and gold on the stone hood, and thins as it climbs, so that the great trusses of the roof stand only half seen, their beams going up into a dark the candles never reach. The fire is restless in the small way of fires. It leans, and the shadow of the hood leans with it. It settles back, and the shadows slide down again. A beam picks up an edge of gold, holds it a moment, loses it. Nothing in the room is quite still, and nothing is hurried, and the eye, with so little to fix on, begins to loosen its grip. On the air now, under the wood smoke and the green of the crushed herbs, comes something else, the warm, blunt smell of cooking carried through from the kitchen beyond, where the real fires are. Bread, and the long steam of a pot, and a thread of something richer meant for the high table. It reaches you before any dish does. Along the benches the murmur changes a little, the way a room changes when everyone in it knows the food is close, and no one needs to say so. Somewhere, a bench scrapes, a dog lifts its head, reads the air, and lays it down again. The evening has come to its quiet center, the hour when the work is mostly done, and the meal is not yet begun, and there is nothing to do but be here on the warm and wait. So this is the hall at dusk. The fire against its wall, the smoke gone quietly up and away, the shutters barred, the one small leaded window holding the last of the blue until even that is gone. The rushes green underfoot, the herbs waking cool under every step, the wax steady at the high end, and the tallow soft below, the dogs settled, the household in its places, the wind shut out. Nothing has happened here, and nothing is about to. There is only a warm room at the end of a cold day, full of people who belong in it, waiting for a supper that is very nearly ready. Stay a while in the doorway. The fire is not going anywhere, and neither, tonight, is anyone else. Stand at the low end of the hall and look up its length. This is the biggest room most of the people in it will ever stand in, and it is built to a plan you would meet again and again across the country, a long rectangle, higher than it is wide, laid out so that the moment you step in you know which end is which. The low end, where you are, is for coming and going, for the doors and the work of the house. The high end, far off, is for the Lord. The whole room slopes its meaning, gently from one to the other. Let your eye travel up. Above the warm reach of the candles the walls give way to timber, and the roof climbs into a darkness the light never quite fills. Great beams cross overhead, joined and pegged, holding the whole weight of the thing without a nail, and somewhere up there the rafters meet the ridge. Older halls sometimes ran their roofs on rows of posts, like the aisles of a great barn. Grander ones learned to span the whole width in a single leap, wall to wall. Which of the two this is you cannot tell from the floor in the dark, and the house has no need to tell you. The high dark roof is simply high and dark, a great quiet space of held breath over the low bright life of the floor. Walk toward the high end, and the floor itself lifts. Here, on a low raised step, the dais, stands the Lord's table, a long board set square across the head of the room, so that whoever sits at it faces down the whole length of the hall. Most people in this house sit on benches, plain forms without a back. The Lord, and perhaps the Lord alone, has a chair, a single seat with a back and arms, and that back is as much a mark of rank as anything worn or eaten. To have something to lean against, here is to be someone. Behind that seat, against the wall, hangs the one true treasure of the room, a deep blue cloth worked all over with small silver birds. They are the Lord's own arms, his colors made soft, and they mark the place where he sits the way a painted sign marks a door. There is no wall of hangings here, whatever you may have imagined. Most of the walls are bare stone or plain painted cloth. This single blue hanging, and the birds scattered across it like a still flock, is the household saying quietly, whose hall this is. Turn back to the low end, where you came in. The draught from the outer door is kept off the hall by a screen, a wooden partition running across the width of the room, with two dark doorways cut through it. The narrow space behind it is the screen's passage, a kind of indoor threshold between the hall and the work of the house. Through those two doorways comes everything the meal is made of, and through them, later, everything is carried away again. Stand in the passage a moment, and the hall's murmur softens behind the screen. One of the two doorways leads to the buttery. The name has nothing to do with butter. It is the room of the butts, the casks, and the man who keeps it is the butler, the keeper of the barrels. Here stand the vessels of drink for the hall, the ale brewed on the manor, and for the high table, wine. Ale will not keep, so it is brewed often and drunk young. The wine, carried from far off, is the costlier trust, and the butler answers for both. He draws off what each meal needs, and no more, and the rest waits in the cool dark, the casks breathing faintly, the leather jugs hung ready on their pegs. The other doorway leads to the pantry, and its name, too, is older than it looks. It comes from pain, the word for bread, and the man who keeps it is the pantler. This is the room of the loaves and the linen, the fine white bread for the high table, and the coarser, darker loaves for below. The tablecloths and towels folded in their chests. Bread and drink, kept apart under two careful keepers, between the buttery and the pantry. The whole thirst and hunger of the hall is held in order behind two plain doors, beyond the screen's passage, and often set quite apart from the hall, stands the kitchen. In a house built largely of timber, fire is the one guest never fully trusted, and so the greatest fire of all is kept at a little distance, sometimes in its own separate building, joined to the hall only by a short covered walk. The cooking heat, the smoke, the risk, are all held out there, away from the sleeping floor. What crosses into the hall is only the finished thing, dishes carried steaming through the cold gap between kitchen and screen. By the time a dish reaches the high table, it has given up a little of its heat to that walk, and no one thinks it strange. Warmth traded for safety is a fair bargain in a house of wood and thatch. Now look again at the tables, because they are not quite what they seem. The long boards are not fixed furniture. Each rests on a pair of trestles, folding wooden legs, and each can be lifted off and carried away. To lay the tables for a meal is, in the plain speech of the house, to set the board. The words are that old and that literal. The board is set up when it is wanted and taken apart when it is not, and the room keeps almost nothing standing in its middle that cannot be cleared in a few minutes. The benches, too, are made to be moved, pushed back against the walls when the eating is done. And this is the quiet secret of the whole room, the thing worth remembering as the evening goes on. Nothing here is only one thing. The hall is not a dining room, the way a house today has a dining room. It is a great open floor that becomes a dining room while the boards are set, and becomes, once they are cleared away, something else again, the place where much of the household will lie down and sleep. But that is for later. It helps to be honest about how many people this room holds, not hundreds. A rich knight's household, his familia, the word for the whole company that lives under his roof and eats at his cost, is a couple of dozen souls, somewhere between 12 and 30. Grooms and pages, cooks and servants, a chaplain, the lord and his family. Grand by the measure of the village outside, where a whole family lives in one smoky room, and modest by the measure of a great baron's court. This is a middling greatness, and the hall is sized to fit it, large enough to hold everyone, small enough that everyone knows everyone, small enough that a word from the high table carries to the doors. In many great halls of the age, the fire still burned in the very middle of the floor, an open hearth with the smoke finding its own slow way out through the roof. A fine hall built at Penshurst around this time kept just such a central hearth, eight-sided in the heart of the One thing about this particular hall is worth marking, because it is a choice and not a rule. The fire here sits in the wall, drawn up a stone hood, a newer fashion, an up-to-date knight's way of doing things. Room. The wall hearth is the younger idea, spreading among those who can afford the mason's work for it. A generation or two before, almost every hall in the land warmed itself from a fire in the middle of the floor. Neither way is wrong. This house has simply chosen the wall and the clearer air that comes with it. At the high end, past the Lord's table, a door opens onto a stair. It leads up to the solar, the family's own chamber, set above the hall at this, the honored end, never over the smells and traffic of the service doors. When the Lord and his household climb that stair for the night, the noise of the hall falls away behind them, muffled by the wall, until the great room below is only a warm murmur heard through stone. In some houses, a small squint, a narrow slot cut in the wall, lets someone above look back down into the hall unseen, keeping an eye on the room, even after withdrawing from it. The door at the top of the stair is the quietest border in the house, so that is the shape of it, the low doors and the screen, the two keepers of bread and drink, the high table on its step under the blue and silver birds, the dark roof overhead, and the stair to the solar behind, one long room, doing the work of many. In a little while the boards will be set, and the hall will fill, and for the length of a supper, this plain great space will be the whole world to the people inside it, which, for tonight, it is. Before anyone eats, the meal opens with water. A servant called the ewer comes along the high table carrying a metal jug, sometimes cast in the shape of a lion or a mounted knight, and pours a thin stream of warm water over each pair of hands into a shallow basin held beneath. The water is scented with herbs, and it carries a little of the garden into the room. A folded linen towel is passed along the bench for the drying. The highest in rank are served first, and you can read the whole order of the table simply by watching whose hands the water reaches soonest. When the hands are dry, the room settles for grace. At this table, it falls to the two friars seated near the Lord to lead it, men in the black and white of their order, a white tunic under a dark mantle. They are perhaps the chaplain and the confessor the Lord would one day name in his will, though no one now can be certain which face belongs to which name. The words are quiet and familiar, and everyone waits through them. The food is already on the boards, steaming a little, and no one reaches for it until the friars are done. Now the food begins to move. It comes up from the kitchen, often a separate building set a little apart for fear of fire, and crosses the yard and enters the hall through the screen's passage at the low end, where two dark doorways stand side by side. Off that passage lie the buttery, where the casks of ale and wine are kept, and the pantry, where the bread and linen are kept, and the two words come simply from the cask and the loaf. The dishes travel in procession, unhurried, and they go to the high table first, then down the length of the room, table by table. Nothing here is quick. The bringing of supper is itself a kind of ceremony, and the household has done it so many evenings that the order needs no telling. Serving the high table is not one man's work, but several, each with a title and a task. The carver stands and cuts the meat, working with the point and edge of his knife so that no serving hand need touch a portion twice. The sewer oversees the dishes and their order, tasting and setting them in their places. The cupbearer keeps the wine and fills the cup and carries it up when it is wanted. Pages carry and fetch and stand ready at the wall until they are needed. Each of these was a real office in the house, with its own name and its own small dignity, and a boy of good family might serve at a table like this to learn the manners of one. It looks like a great deal of attention for a single supper, and it is. The attention is the point as much as the food. The cupbearer is worth watching. When the Lord wants wine, the cup is filled and brought, and it is handed up from a kneel, the server going down on one knee to offer it, then rising when it is taken. This is not a thing invented for show. It is in the picture the Lord had painted into his own book of Psalms. Down in the margin of the page, a servant kneels with the cup already given up, and above him the long white table runs on with its dishes and its bread. The gesture in the hall and the gesture in the book are the same gesture. There are no forks on this table, and no one misses them because no one has ever seen one. You eat with a spoon for anything soft, the pottage, the sauces, and with your own small knife, which you carry with you, and which is as much tool as tableware. Beyond that you eat with your fingers, and there is a rule even in that. The right hand takes the food, and the left is kept for the bread. It is neither careless nor crude. It is simply the older way of doing a thing that later centuries would hand over to a small piece of shaped metal. You do not have a plate to yourself. The diners are paired, two to what is called a mess, two of you sharing one set of dishes between you, reaching into the same bowl, drinking sometimes from the same cup. Who you are messed with is not an accident. It places you quietly beside your equal, and to be raised or lowered a place along the bench was a thing people noticed. There is a courtesy in the sharing that a room of separate plates never needs to learn. You take your share and no more. You keep to your own side of the bowl, and you leave the last of a thing for the one beside you, rather than for yourself. For a plate you are given bread, not the fresh loaf you eat, but a thick slab cut from a coarse loaf baked 3 or 4 days before, gone firm enough to hold a helping without falling apart. This is the trencher. Through the meal, it sits under the wetter food and slowly darkens, taking up the sauce and the fat and the juices, until by the end it is soft and heavy and stained the color of the dish it carried. You have been eating off your bread all evening without ever eating the bread itself, and at the end, the soaked trencher is not yours to finish. It is gathered up, every stained slab from every place along the boards, and set aside in a basket, together with what is left in the dishes. This is the alms of the house. In the morning, or at the gate that same night, it goes to the poor who wait there, and the giving of it is counted a part of what a lord is for. The bread that served as your plate becomes, without any ceremony, someone else's supper. For all that it is a hall full of hungry people, the meal is a mannerly thing. There were books that taught the manners of the table. One of them, an old book of courtesy, set down its rules in plain lines a child could learn. Take small morsels, it says, and do not fill your mouth so full you cannot answer if you are spoken to. Chew with your lips closed and quietly. The rules are gentle and mostly obvious, and their whole purpose is that a great many people can eat close together, night after night, without the eating ever becoming unpleasant. One rule stays in the mind more than the rest. If you have taken a piece of bread and bitten from it, you do not put the bitten piece back into the dish that everyone shares. It seems a small thing to write down, and it is, but the writing of it tells you what the table is. It is not a private meal that happens to have others nearby. It is a shared bowl, held in common, and the manners exist to keep the sharing pleasant for the ones whose hands come after yours. Rank is on the table itself in the plainest things. At the high end, the bread is pain de main, the finest white wheaten loaf, pale and light and even in the crumb. Further down the hall, the bread is maslin, a darker loaf of mixed wheat and rye, closer and heavier. The pottage that backs the meal is much the same at every table. It is the bread that separates them, and the wine, and the small dishes of better things that reach the top of the room and travel no lower. The Lord's kitchen is not cooking a different meal for the low tables so much as adding more, and finer, to the high one. No one has to be told where they sit. The loaf in front of them says it plainly enough, and to drink, the same order poured into cups. At the high table there is wine, carried up from the far south in great casks, and kept for the Lord and his guests. Down the length of the hall, the cups are filled instead with ale, brewed in the manor's own buttery and drunk while it is fresh, because ale of this kind will not keep more than a few days. The cups themselves are wood and horn and pewter, shared and refilled. The clear and costly vessels, if the house owns any, stay at the top with the wine, so the supper runs its slow length. The water and the grace, the dishes in procession, the shared bowl and the darkening bread, the wine above and the ale below. It is a great deal of order for one evening meal, and it will be very nearly the same tomorrow, and it was very nearly the same yesterday. That sameness is not tedium to the people in the hall. It is the shape of the house holding steady around them. One more time, as the light lowers and the boards begin, at last, to empty. The meal laid before you tonight is supper, and supper is the lighter of the day's two meals, for dinner came at midday in the full light. So even on an evening like this one, with guests at the high table and more dishes than usual, the kitchen has not set aside its oldest habit. Somewhere at the back, a pot of pottage is still on the fire. Grains and peas and beans, leeks and onions and cabbage, softened for hours with a few herbs until the whole of it goes thick and comforting. It is the same dish the whole village knows, the food that never leaves the pot from one week to the next. A feast evening adds courses on top of it. It does not do away with the pot. The difference between the high table and the benches below is not really a difference of kind. The same pottage backs the whole hall. The Lord's kitchen only adds more to it, and better. At the top, the bread is pain de main, the finest white wheaten loaf, pale and close. Further down it is maslin, a coarser, darker loaf of mixed grain. One roof, One meal, everyone in their place, and the place shows in the small things, the color of your bread, and whether wine or ale fills your cup. On the high table tonight there is venison, and venison is a strange kind of luxury, because it cannot be bought. No one sells it. It comes from the Lord's own park, or it arrives as a gift from another great house, under a signed warrant that says so in plain words. To set venison before a guest is to say, without a word, how far this house's favor reaches, whose deer it may take, whose parks will send it a haunch when asked. A merchant with all the coin in the world cannot simply buy a deer, he must be given one. So the meat is a message as much as a meal. And everyone at the table can read it. Below the deer come the smaller creatures of the estate, rabbits from the warren, that carefully kept ground where the Lord alone may take them. Pigeons from the dovecote, a squat tower whose birds belong to the manor and feed on everyone's fields, young and tender in their season, a steady supply through the whole of the year. The dovecote is a privilege in itself. A common man may not keep one, for the birds it feeds eat the grain of every field around. These are the everyday flesh of a great house, not gifts carried from far away, but the quiet yield of land the Lord already holds, gathered in and set upon the board, then the poultry which fills much of the table, capons, fattened and mild, geese, ducks, more pigeon. Beef and mutton and pork are here too, what the old books call great fleshy, the heavy meats. But on a feast evening, it is the birds that are counted out in their numbers, roasted and boiled and set in their sauces. The kitchen behind the screens has been at this since the afternoon, and the smell of it has been drifting through the hall while you waited to be seated. For roughly a third of the year, meat is set aside. Fridays and Saturdays, the long weeks of Lent, and other fast days besides, the church rules them, and even a Lord's table keeps them. One those days the hall eats fish. It is not a lesser meal, only a different one, and a well-stocked kitchen has ways of making it as fine as any, a whole world of the sea and the pond brought inland, salted and dried and soaked back to softness, then dressed with the same care as any roast. On a great feast day, within Lent the table can be as full as ever. It simply has no red meat on it. In the storeroom, the fish waits in two forms. There is stockfish, cod dried board, hard that must soak a night, and more before it will yield to cooking. And there is herring from the barrel, packed in salt the day it was caught and carried up from the coast, a plain, reliable fish that keeps for months. You would find them here, in the cool and the dark, the barrels stacked, the dried fish stiff as wood, a faint, clean smell of brine over everything, waiting for the fast days to come round again. For the high table, though, there is fresher water food than the barrel. The manor keeps its own stew ponds, and from them come pike and bream, netted and brought up alive on the day they are wanted. The ponds themselves are a mark of standing, like the park, a stretch of water. A lord digs and stocks and guards, so that fish may be had at will and not only bought from a passing dealer. By the church at Ernhem such ponds were made, long ago, and they hold their water yet, still and dark between their banks. To eat a pike from your own pond is a quiet luxury, and the household knows it, even if the guest does not stop to think of it. There is one thing in this house kept under lock, and it is not silver or coin. It is the spices, pepper and ginger, cinnamon, grains of paradise, bought by the ounce, weighed out like something precious, and shut away in a small chest to which only 1 or 2 people hold the key. A whole year's supply for a great household would fit in a box you could carry under one arm. Every grain of it came halfway across the world, through many hands and many ships, at real and remembered cost. A pound of pepper could cost more than a craftsman earns in a day. In the store it sits locked, breathing out a dry, warm scent whenever the lid is lifted. How much a household might keep, we know from the accounts of one bishop, Richard de Swinfield, whose steward wrote it down for a single year near the close of the 13th century, 78 pounds of ginger, and 101 pounds of sugar, laid in for the 12 months. For sugar, in this age, is a spice, costly, weighed, kept with the pepper, and used a little at a time. The everyday sweetness of the house is honey, drawn from the manor's own hives. Sugar is for show, and for medicine, and for the finest dishes only. And there is saffron, dearest of them all, a thread of it worth more than its weight in almost anything. A few strands, steeped, will turn a whole dish the color of gold, and that gold is the point of it. On a feast evening, a golden dish carried up to the high table is wealth made visible, a color you can eat. It is not there to hide anything, nor to cover a fault in the meat. That old story is only a story. It is there to be beautiful, and to say plainly that this house can afford to be. Round the hall the cups are filled with ale, and the ale is brewed here, on the manor, in its own. It is made the old way, and does not keep a few days, and it turns. And that is why it is drunk, fresh and in quantity, brewed again and again as the household empties the last of it. In a great house the ale is strong, not thin. We have the brewing book of one lady, Elizabeth de Burgh, who ran through more than 3,500 gallons in a single December, and some 800 in a quiet February. A hall drinks by the season. At the high table, wine. It is carried up from Gascony, from the country around Bordeaux, in great casks called tuns, shipped across the sea in numbers hard to picture. For 1 year near the start of the century, more than 100,000 tons passed down that single river. It is not a deep red. A wine of this age is paler than you might think, closer to a light amber rose in the cup, and it does not keep long once the cask is broached. At the close of a feast, it may come back to the table warmed and spiced, sweet and fragrant. One last slow cup, while the fire settles and the boards below are cleared. The cups themselves tell the same story the food has been telling all evening. At the very top, perhaps a little silver, below that, and everywhere down the hall, they are wood and horn, and pewter, plain, shared, passed from hand to a single cup. 2 diners often to a single cup. There is no fine, clear glass down these benches. The meal is grand, but grand in the old way. 1 pot at its heart, 1 long table, and 100 small marks of who sits where. The dishes are cleared away, and the hall begins, slowly, to think of sleep. The dishes have stopped coming. Along the length of the hall, the last of the food sits cooling in its shared platters, and the talk has softened to the low, easy murmur of people who have eaten well, and are in no hurry to rise. You are one body among many, under one long roof, warm and fed, and for this hour the whole household is gathered in the same room. Nothing more is expected of the evening. What of the meal is done, and what follows is only the slow unwinding of it. When a meal like this ends, almost nothing is thrown away. A man of the household, the almoner, moves quietly along the boards with a broad basket, gathering what is left, the broken meats, the ends of loaves, and above all the trenchers, those thick slabs of day-old bread that served the diners as plates. Your own trencher, darkened now and soft with the juices of the dish, does not come back to you and never was meant to. It goes into the almoner's basket with the rest, saved for a purpose that has nothing to do with waste. Those gathered scraps have somewhere to go. Beyond the walls, at the gate, the poor of the parish are waiting, as they wait most evenings when the great household dines and the almoner's basket is carried out to them. To give alms this way is not an afterthought but part of what it means to be a lord. Generosity is performed here, in the open, where it can be counted and seen and remembered. The same table that feeds the knight and his guests feeds, at one remove, the beggars at his door. Lordship is measured partly in how far its bread reaches. This is what a hall is for, not one man's private dinner, but the feeding of a whole household at once, the lord and lady, their guests, the steward, the grooms, the pages, the boys who carried the dishes, all drawn in under a single roof and fed from the same fires. A rich knight's household is not vast, a couple of dozen souls, perhaps, not the hundreds of a great baron or a king. But whatever its number, it eats together, in one room, in the sight of one another. The hall is a machine built for exactly this, hospitality, made daily and made visible. Where you sit in this room says plainly who you are. The nearer the high end, the nearer the fire, and the nearer the great salt that stands on the Lord's table, and the nearer, too, the better things. Above that salt cellar, the cups are filled with wine, and the bread is the fine white wheaten kind. Below it, the cups hold the manor's own ale, and the loaf is coarser and darker. The same warmth, the same evening, the same pottage even, running the length of the boards. But rank is written into every foot of the table, in what fills the cup, and how close it sits to the flame. To understand the supper you have just eaten, you would have to go back through the screen's passage, past the two dark doorways, toward the heat and clamor of the kitchen. And here is the strange gift of this house. You need not imagine that kitchen because the Lord had it painted. Ah! In the lower margin of his own book of Psalms, below the holy words, someone drew his kitchen at its work, the pots, the cooks, the knives. The same page that carries a psalm carries, at its foot, the everyday business of feeding the hall. It is as close as you will ever come to standing in a real kitchen of these years. In that painted kitchen, 3 great cauldrons stand over a fire of logs, and all 3 are steaming. This is the engine of the whole meal, the endless simmering of pottage and broth and boiled meats that no medieval kitchen is ever without. The fire here is not set neatly in a wall, as it is in the hall. It is an open blaze on the floor, greedy and hot, with the black bellies of the pots hung above it. Around it, the heat is fierce, the air thick with steam and wood smoke, and the smell of onions and simmering flesh. Everything the hall enjoyed in comfort began here, in noise and sweat. An elderly bearded cook leans over the cauldrons, dipping a colander into one of the pots to lift something clear of the broth. He has the look of a man who has done this for a lifetime and needs no one to tell him when a thing is done. In the Lord's will, there is a cook named and provided for, a man called John of Bridgeford, and it is tempting to say that this is him, painted at his own hearth. But the painted face keeps its secret, as painted faces do, and honesty allows only a perhaps. Perhaps the old cook of the picture is the old cook of the will. No one can say for certain, and no one should, beside the cook. A younger man works at a small three-legged table, chopping a heap of greens with a knife held in each hand, the two blades falling in a quick, steady rhythm. It is humble work, endlessly repeated. The leeks and cabbages and pot herbs that thicken the broth and give it its green. But it is the backbone of every dish that will leave this kitchen. The three-legged table stands firm on an uneven floor where a four-legged one would rock. Every detail in the picture is the detail of a working room, set down by someone who had plainly seen one, and put beneath a psalm without the least embarrassment. Further along the painted floor, another cook stands at a great stone mortar, driving a pestle down into it, and the pestle is taller than the man himself, a long, heavy shaft he works with both hands and the weight of his body. In it, he pounds spices, or breadcrumbs, or the ground stuff that binds and thickens the fine dishes of the high table. Nearby, meat turns slowly on a spit before the fire, a boy or a dog set to keep it moving so it browns on every side and does not burn. Boiling, pounding, roasting, chopping. The four labors of the kitchen, all shown at once, all feeding the same quiet supper above. These are village hands. The old cook, the young man with the two knives, the boy at the spit. Most of them were born in houses you have already looked into on other nights, in the same open field village, whose fields run up to this manor's walls. What they do here is what their mothers and fathers do at home. Tend a fire, fill a pot, chop the greens, watch the meat. The difference is only one of scale and plenty. Where a cottage has one small pot on one small hearth, this kitchen has 3 cauldrons over a roaring fire and a spit and a mortar besides. It is the same world, the same slow, patient craft, simply made larger and made to serve. Back in the hall, the dogs have given up any hope of more food. All evening, the greyhounds and the rough hall dogs have moved among the rushes for a dropped scrap or a thrown bone. But the scraps are in the almoner's basket now, and the dogs know it. One by one, they circle, sink, and settle. A long hound drops by the warm hearthstone with a sigh, claws ticking once on the flagstone, a tail thumping the floor a single time before it stills. The fire holds them there. In a hall of stone and timber, the warmest patch of floor is always the one nearest the flame, and the dogs have known it since they were pups. Above the high table, the blue cloth still hangs, worked all over with its small silver birds. You marked it earlier in the evening, when the meal was young, and the candles burned tall, and the whole room was full of light and voices. It has not moved. But now, with supper cleared and the flames sunk lower, it has gone quiet in the way the whole hall has gone quiet. The little martlets no longer bright, but only a faint pale shimmer against the dark cloth, catching what light the fire still throws. The Lord's own colors, keeping their place on the wall, while the room beneath them slowly loosens toward the night, and the 2 lights are still burning, the way they were when the meal began, At the high table the candles are beeswax, tall, steady, almost without scent, but for a faint far-off honey, their flames barely stirring. Down the length of the hall, the light is tallow, dimmer and yellower, guttering a little, smelling faintly of the kitchen it came from, and in the poorest corners only a thin rushlight glows. Rank made plain in nothing grander than the color of a flame. The dishes are cleared, the scraps are given away, the dogs are down, the fire is low, the hall has eaten, and the long evening tips, slowly and without any hurry at all, toward the dark. The dusk you came in on has gone now, and the hall is dark, but for its fires. Low against the wall the wood fire burns under its hood of stone, and down the length of the tables the candles stand in their small steady flames. This is the hour the room was made for. And there is one thing left to tell you about this hall, which is the truest thing of all. It was painted, once, into a book. The lord of this manor, Sir Geoffrey Luttrell, born in 1276 and to die in 1345, had a great book of psalms made for himself, somewhere in the years around 1320 to 1340. And in its margins he had his own world set down. A psalter is a book of the psalms, the 150 old songs and prayers, copied out by hand, letter by patient letter, over months of a scribe's work. For a man of Sir Geoffrey's rank, it was the book of a lifetime, bound in worked leather, its pages of fine scraped skin, its great opening letters touched with gold and blue. This one is a heavy thing, made to be read slowly by candlelight, a psalm at a sitting. But it is not only the psalms that fill it. Down the wide edges of the pages, in the space a plainer book would leave bare, someone painted picture after picture. And a great many of them are pictures of a hall very much like this one. Turn the pages, and the margins move through the whole year of his lands. There is the plowing, the ox team leaning into the furrow, the sowing and the reaping, the sheep, the mill, the small figures of the country at their work, painted no bigger than your thumb. And then, near the heart of the book, the pictures come indoors. Low along the bottom of 2 pages that face each other, he had 2 scenes set down that belong to this very evening. On one side his kitchen, and on the other his own table laid for a feast. The busy world of the fields, and then the warm center of the house it all fed. On one page he had himself painted as a knight in all his arms. He sits high on a great war-horse, mailed, his surcoat and the horse's long trapper both blue and gold, and strewn with the silver birds, the martlets, that were his family's mark. His wife stands at the horse's head and reaches up to hand him his helm. Beside her, his son's wife holds up his shield. The 2 women are named for us by what they do, and by their own painted arms. His wife, Agnes Sutton, and his son's wife, Beatrice Scrope. And along the painting runs a line of writing in the old French that says, plainly, that Lord Geoffrey Luttrell caused me to be made. The book speaks in the first person. He wanted it known whose book this was. Now come to the pages that matter most tonight. The 2 low scenes, facing each other at the foot of the book. First, the kitchen. 3 round cauldrons stand steaming over a log fire, and an old cook, gray-bearded, leans in and dips a colander into one of them. Next to him, a younger man chops a heap of greens, with a knife held in each hand, working over a little 3-legged table. A third man, bald and broad, pounds away at a great stone mortar with a pestle that stands taller than he does. It is the same fire and pot world you would find in any cottage down in the village, only multiplied and set to feed a whole hall together. On the leaf just before, a joint of meat turned slowly on a spit over the coals, a boy at the handle. Read the 2 pages, the way the eye is meant to, from the fire on the left to the table on the right, and they make a small, quiet procession, the chopping and the pounding, and the steaming pots on one side, and on the other, where all of it is going. The dishes leave the smoke of the kitchen, pass out through the screens at the low end of the hall, and travel up the room to the bright end where the Lord is sitting. The book has caught the supper halfway between the fire and the mouth, and here, at the end of the procession, is the table itself, a long board under a white cloth, and Sir Geoffrey at the middle of it, the still center of the whole painted scene. His wife, Agnes, sits close at his side. The cloth is white and falls in careful folds to the floor, and everything on it is arranged, set out, waiting, in the way a house shows itself at its very best. It is the same kind of board you have watched being laid all evening, trestles and a cloth and benches, only here it is the high table, and the man behind it is the one whose name is on the book. The 2 other men sit up at that high table, and they are churchmen, in the black and white habits of the Dominican friars, the white tunic showing under the black. The book does not tell us who they are, but years later, in his will, Sir Geoffrey remembered 2 churchmen of his household by name, Robert of Wilford, his chaplain, to whom he left 20 shillings, and William of Fotheringay, his confessor, whom he left money for clothing. Whether these 2 men are the 2 friars in the painting, no one can say. The face and the name do not quite meet across the years. The will names the men, the picture shows the men, but the picture does not tell us they are the same. And so we only ever say, perhaps, before the Lord a servant kneels. He has handed up the cup and stays down on one knee, the cupbearer, and his kneeling is not weakness, but the shape that respect took in a house like this, deference made into a posture you could paint. Another man, bearded, comes to the board with 2 dishes in his hands. And behind the Lord's seat hangs the finest cloth in the room, a deep blue hanging worked all over with the small silver birds, the same martlets that ride on his shield, and his surcoat, the family's arms made soft, hung on the wall as a wall of color at his back. Look along the white cloth now, at the small things set upon it. There are dishes of birds, poultry brought up from the kitchen you just saw. There is bread, laid in flat, thick slabs, the trenchers each diner eats from and off. There are knives, the small personal knives every man carried, and there are spoons for the pottage. And there is nothing else in any hand, because there was nothing else to hold. No fork lies on this table, in this house, or in any house in the land, for the fork as a thing to eat with had not yet come. A man ate with his knife, his spoon, and his clean right hand, keeping the left for his bread. You should hold one honest thing in mind about all of this. The people who have spent their lives studying the book will tell you that its pictures may show the hall not quite as it was, but as it was meant to be seen. The painted feast is calm and orderly. Everyone keeps to his place. The cloth is spotless, and the dishes come up in their proper turn. A real evening in a real hall was surely a warmer, closer, less tidy thing, with the dogs underfoot and the murmur running on. These are the pictures in his book, not windows onto the room. And yet a picture of how a man wished his house to be remembered tells you, quietly, what he believed a good evening was. That is worth having too. There is one more perhaps to leave with you. That old gray-bearded cook, stooping over his 3 cauldrons at the foot of the kitchen page. The will names a cook too, John of Bridgeford, who kept the Lord's kitchen. Perhaps that is his face by the steaming pots. 700 years on, the men and women in the margins still hold the roles the painter gave them, the cook cooking, the cupbearer kneeling, the friars at their grace, and their names, where the will has kept them, drift close to their painted faces, but never quite settle. Perhaps it is no one's face in particular, only a cook, any cook, onto them, named and pictured, and still gently apart. Down in the real hall, meanwhile, the evening is quietly ending. The guests at the high table are rising from the benches. The friars have said the last grace over the empty board. The fire against the wall is lower than it was, settling from flame toward a steady glow. The candles down the length of the room have burned short, and here and there one is pinched out with a small hiss and a curl of smoke. The pages are gathering the last of the dishes and carrying them back down toward the screens, and the murmur of the hall is thinning out into the ordinary small sounds of a house getting ready to be still, and the book itself is closed. Its heavy leather cover is folded over, the clasp brought to, and it is carried up the stair from behind the high table to the chamber above, and set back in its chest for the night. Think of it there in the dark of the closed chest, the pages shut and folded flat inside them, the kitchen still steaming over its 3 cauldrons, the long white table still laid, the cupbearer still down on his knee with the cup held up. The hall below goes to sleep, the fire sinking, the sleepers breathing on the rushes. But the small painted hall inside the book does not sleep and does not change. The page holds it exactly as it was set down. 700 years from this evening, you may still turn to it by candlelight, and the supper is still laid, and no one has yet risen from the table. Supper is over. The last of the dishes has gone back through the screens, the alms-basket has been carried out to the gate, and now the work of unmaking the meal begins. 2 of the hall. Servants take the long board nearest the wall, 1 at each end, and lift it clear of the trestles that held it. It comes up heavily, a plank of dark oak, worn pale down its middle by years of elbows and bread, and they carry it to the side of the hall and lean it there against the stone. Then the trestles themselves folded and stood beside it. Down the length of the room, the same slow motion is repeated, board after board lifted and stacked, until the tables that filled the hall through supper are gone, and only their absence is left. This is where the word comes from, the setting and the taking down of the board. The table is not a fixed thing here, but something raised for a meal and put away after, and the putting away has begun. With the boards gone, the benches come next. All through the meal they stood in their places, forms of plain wood ranged along where the tables had been, and the household sat shoulder to shoulder on them. Now they are pushed back to the walls, their feet grating once across the flagstones, and set out of the way beneath the shuttered windows. The floor that they leave behind is a wide thing now. Where the tables stood, the room was close and full, and voices stayed low against the cloth and the crowd. Now a word carries. A footstep answers itself off the far wall, and you can hear, for the first time all evening, how tall the room really is, how far up into the dark all evening It was hidden under tables and diners, and the traffic of service. Now it lies open from the screen's passage at the low end to the raised dais at the high end, one long clear stretch of rush-strewn stone. The hall sounds different too. Roof climbs above the reach of any candle. It is worth pausing on what has just happened, because it is the quiet turn. The whole evening has been moving toward. The floor these people ate their supper on is about to become the floor they sleep on. There is no other room for most of them to go to. The hall is dining room and common room, and, when the tables come down, dormitory as well, all under the one high roof. The same flagstones that took the drip of the dishes and the crumbs of the trenchers will take, in an hour or so, the weight of sleeping bodies wrapped in their Nothing is brought in for this. No beds are carried up. No great change is made. The room simply empties of its furniture and fills again with rest. It is the oldest arrangement there is. One roof over the whole household, and the hall does its two kinds of work in the same space, one after the other, the eating, and then the sleeping, with only the taking down of the boards to mark the seam between them. Not everyone sleeps here, though, and it is worth being honest about that. 100 years before, the hall was where nearly the whole household lay down at night, master near enough to man that the roof covered them all together. But the world has been slowly changing. Great houses have been gaining separate chambers, little rooms partitioned off, a stair to a private space, and year by year the number who bed down on the hall floor has been falling. Fewer sleep here every winter than slept here in their grandfather's time. The Lord and his family have long since climbed the stair to the solar at the high end. The more senior servants are drifting away too, to rooms of their own about the house. So the hall at night is no longer the whole household laid out together. It is the lower half of it, and a thinning half at that. Fewer every year than a century before, the old pattern loosening quietly, room by room, without anyone deciding it should. But many still do sleep here, and it is those many the hall now gathers in for the night. Who are the many, then? They are the grooms and the pages and the hall servants, the working core of the household, a couple of dozen at most on an ordinary night. These are the people whose whole day is the hall and the yard, who carried the boards and poured the ale and turned at the high table, and who now have nowhere else to be. Most of them are young. Many of them were born in the village around this manor, sent up to the great house to serve as boys, so that the hall full of sleepers is, in a real sense, a room full of village children grown a little older, lying down under a grander roof than the one they were born beneath. They know each other. They have worked side by side all day, and they settle now in the places habit has given them, the same corner each night, near the fire if they have earned it, further off if they are new. 24, give or take, bedding down where they served. They bed down in the ways the hall allows, and there are only a few. Some take the benches, the same forms they pushed back to the wall a little while ago. A bench is a hard, narrow bed, but it is up off the cold stone, and a man who has claimed one lies along it on his side with an arm for a pillow and his cloak pulled over, and counts himself better lodged than the floor. The benches nearest the fire go first, and go to those with the standing to take them. It is not written anywhere who sleeps where, but everyone knows, and the knowing settles it without a word. A boy new to the house this season would not think of taking a fireside bench from a groom who has slept on it for 10 years. So the forms fill along the warm wall, one body to each, cloaks drawn up, faces to the stone, and the low light of the fire lies along the row of them, and picks out a shoulder here, a booted foot there, and lets the rest go dark. The whole hall is strewn with them, a thick dry layer of cut rushes, and among them the handfuls of herbs that were scattered fresh not long ago. So the floor is not bare stone, but a kind of loose matting, and a body pressed into it releases a last cool breath of green, of mint. Others do not trouble with the benches at all, and lie straight down on the floor. The rushes help, and chamomile crushed under a shoulder. A man lies down in his day, cloak the same heavy wool he wore about the yard, and it becomes his blanket. He draws it close, tucks a fold under his head, turns once or twice to find the shape of the floor, and is still. There is no undressing to speak of, no night clothes, no ceremony. You wear your day into your sleep and rise in it again. Around the hall, the shapes multiply, dark bundles on the pale rushes, each one a person folded into the wool they stood up in, settling to the stone. A few have better than the bare floor or the hard bench, a straw pallet, a rough sack stuffed with straw, laid down on the flags and lain on and taken up again each day. A pallet is a small comfort, but a real one, a hand's width of give between the sleeper and the stone, and the straw inside it holds a little of the day's warmth and gives off its own dry, faintly sweet smell as a body sinks into it. Not everyone has one. They are the sort of small property a servant of some standing might keep, rolled and stowed by day, unrolled at night in the corner that is his. He shakes it out, lies down on it, pulls his cloak over, and the straw shifts and settles under him with a soft, dry rustle, and then holds still. All down the hall now the beds are made, such as they are, benches and rushes and pallets, and the household is nearly lying down, and only the fire and the lights are still awake. Not all the household ends its day on the hall floor, and it is worth following the others a little way to where they go. Some of the senior servants have chambers of their own now, small rooms won over the years, and the commonest of these are the rooms over the buttery and the pantry at the low end of the hall. Above the two dark doorways, above the casks of ale and the shelves of loaves and linen, a low chamber or two have been floored in, reached by a narrow stair or a ladder from the passage. A butler, a pantler, a servant with charge over the stores might sleep up there, close to the goods he answers for, a door he can shut between himself and the common hall. It is not much of a room, but it is a room, and the having of it marks him out from the grooms below. This is the slow change, made small and visible. The household is not all one floor of sleepers anymore, but is dividing quietly into those with a door and those without. The kitchen is often a building of its own, set a little apart from the hall for fear of fire, and the cooks and scullions who work in it tend to sleep near it, in it, around the great banked cooking hearth, where the day's heat still lives long after the fires of the hall are. The kitchen, folk go their own way as well, and they do not go far. Damped. There is sense in this beyond mere habit. They are the first the house needs in the morning, up before anyone to wake the cooking fire, and set the pot on, and a bed near the kitchen is a bed near the work. The warmth is the other reason. A scullion who has scrubbed cauldrons half the evening lies down where the stones still hold the heat of the cooking, and sleeps warm on a night the hall floor would leave him cold. So the kitchen keeps its own people, near its own fire, a little apart from the hall's sleepers, in the warm building where the supper was made, and the grooms who keep the horses sleep with the horses, out across the yard, in the stable and its lofts. The animals that carried the Lord and his guests are bedded down on their own straw, and the men who tend them lie close by. A great horse is a valuable thing, worth more than a man may earn in years, and it is not left alone in the dark. There is always someone within call of the stalls, to hear a horse cast in its bedding or fretting at a strange sound, to be up and to it before harm is done. The stable has its own warmth, the deep animal heat of big bodies in a closed space, and its own sounds, the shift of hooves in straw, the pull and grind of hay, a soft blow through the nose in the dark. A groom lies in the loft above, or in an empty stall, and sleeps to those sounds, and stirs when they change. So the household is scattered, room to room, and building to building, and the hall keeps only its own share of the night. Back in the hall, with the sleepers settling, the fire must be seen to, and this is the most careful thing anyone in the house will do tonight. It is not put out. A fire in a timber hall is too much trouble to make afresh each dawn, and too dangerous to leave burning through the night. So it is neither kept nor killed, but put to bed. A servant takes the iron and rakes the burning logs apart, breaking the low flame down into its embers, spreading them thin across the hearthstone, so no two feed each other into open fire. The flames sink and go, and where there was a small steady blaze there is now a bed of dull, live coals, glowing but not burning, hot but tamed. It is a practiced motion, done every night of the year, and the servant does it without much thought, the way you might see to a thing your hands have done 1,000 times. The bright heart of the evening is gently taken down, raked flat, and made safe for the hours of the dark. Then the embers are covered. The servant draws the ashes of the hearth up and over the spread coals, banking them under a gray blanket of their own making, so the live heat is shut away from the air, and will not flare but will not die either. Sealed under the ash, the coals will keep, smoldering low and slow through the whole of the night, so that in the morning, deep under the cold gray crust, there is still a red seed of last night's fire waiting to be woken. This is why the hall need not strike a new light at dawn. The old fire is only sleeping, drawn over and set to smolder till morning, and a little air and a little kindling will bring it back. A well-found house may even own a metal cover for the task, a curved lid of iron set down over the raked hearth to hold the heat and pen the sparks, so that not even a stray ember can leap out onto the rushes while the hall sleeps. Covered so, the fire is safe, and the last real work of the day is done. As the fire is bedded, a bell may sound across the fields outside. It comes from the town or the church some way off, a slow toll carrying over the dark ploughland, and it is the curfew, rung at around 8 or 9 of the evening. The word means only what it says: cover the fire. It is the hour at which fires are to be damped and covered against the danger of a blaze taking hold in a sleeping street of timber and thatch. The manor does not truly need the bell. Its own fire is already raked and covered by the time the sound reaches the hall, out of long habit and plain good sense, bell or no bell. But the toll marks the hour all the same, a shared signal drifting over a countryside of banked fires and shuttered houses, telling every household within earshot the same plain thing. The day is closed, the flames are down, it is time to be still. The sound fades over the fields, and the hall does not answer it, and the night comes on. Now the lights go out, one by one. All evening, the hall was lit in its 2 grades, the tall beeswax candles burning steady at the high table, and the dimmer tallow lights and rushlights down the length of the room, and now they are put out in turn. A servant goes along them with wetted fingers or a small pinch, and each flame is nipped between. There is a faint hiss as the wet meets the heat, and a thin curl of smoke lifts off the dead wick and unwinds into the dark and is gone, carrying its small smell of hot tallow after it. One light, then the next, and with each the pool of brightness it held shrinks and closes, and a little more of the hall goes over to the dark. This is not tidiness but discipline. In a building of timber and rushes and unwatched flame is the one real enemy, and so the lights are counted out deliberately, none left to gutter unminded until the room is dim. Not quite every light is killed. In a hall this size, with a household asleep on its floor, one small flame is usually left to live through the night, a single shielded light set where it can do no harm, so that the dark is never total, and a servant roused in the small hours has something to see by. It might be a stub of tallow in its clay dish set on a stone ledge, well away from the rushes, or a rushlight left short in its holder, kept low and watched. It throws almost nothing, a coin of dim yellow on the wall beside it, and no more, but it is enough. By its little light, the shapes of the sleepers can just be told from the shadows. The raked hearth shows as a faint red line across the room, and anyone who must cross the hall in the night can find the way without treading on a sleeping man. One light against the whole dark hall, and around it the room lies down into the deepest quiet of its day. With the lights down, the house is closed for the night. And that too is a task with its own keeper. The porter, whose whole trust is the door, comes to shut the hall. He takes the heavy key, a thing of iron the length of a hand and more, worn bright where fingers have gripped it, and turns it in the great lock with a deep double sound of the wards moving, a sound the sleepers know so well they no longer hear it. It is a small ceremony of trust. The key is his to hold, the door his to close, and the closing of it says the day's comings and goings are done, and the house is gathered in. Nothing more will pass this way tonight without his knowing. He tries the door once against the lock, feels it hold, and the hall is sealed behind him, all its people accounted for and within, the dark of the yard shut out on the far side of the oak. Then the bar goes across. Beside the door, set into the wall on either side, are 2 iron brackets, and leaning ready is a stout beam of oak as thick as a man's arm. The porter lifts it, fits one end into a bracket, swings the length of it across the shut door, and drops the far end into the other. And the bar settles into its iron cradles with a low wooden knock that is the last loud sound of the night. Now the door is not merely locked but barred, held shut by a beam that no push from outside can move, and the hall is as closed as a house can be. It is an old, plain security, older than the lock beside it, the simple weight of a timber laid across a doorway, and it needs no key and no cleverness, only the strength to lift it. With the bar down, the porter's work is done. He looks once along the dim hall, at the shapes of the sleepers and the low red of the covered fire, and finds his own place among them. And now the hall is asleep, and it has a sound of its own, low and even, and made of many small things. Chief of it is the breathing, 24 sleepers drawing and letting go, not together but overlapping, a slow soft tide of it up and down the room that you feel as much as hear, the rhythm of a hall full of people at rest. No one voice stands out, it is the whole of them together, a quiet swell that rises and falls and never quite stops. Under it and through it run the smaller sounds, but the breathing carries them all, the long even wash of it filling the dark room from wall to wall. This is the sound the porter hears as he lies down. The sound the one small light watches over. The plain sound of a household safe indoors and unconscious, and it will hold, more or less unbroken, until the first gray of the morning stirs someone awake. All day the hall was warm, the fire going, and the household moving, and the sun on the stone. And now, with the fire raked down and the doors shut, the great timbers of the roof and the wall, braces give up their heat slowly to the night. And as they cool, they shift, each by into the breathing. The building itself speaks, quietly, as it cools, hair, and settle against one another. It makes a sound, a small dry tick from somewhere overhead, then a longer creak from a beam along the wall, then nothing, then another tick from a different quarter of the dark. It is only the wood easing, the ordinary settling of a timber frame letting go of the day, but in the deep quiet it carries, and a sleeper half-woken hears it, and knows it for what it is, and sinks again. The hall talks to itself in the cold, a tick here, a creak there, the long, slow speech of seasoned oak coming to rest for the night. Somewhere in the dark, a dog shifts. All evening the hall, dogs lay among the rushes for the scraps of supper, greyhounds and the heavier hounds of the house, and now they sleep too, curled against the warm stone near the covered hearth, where the last heat still lives. One of them stirs, half rises, turns himself around once with a scrape of claws on the flag and a soft groan, and drops again into a new curl with a long breath let out through the nose. His tail thumps the floor once, twice, at some passing dream, and is still. He is nearest of all the household to the fire, closest to the warmth, and he takes that place by an old right. No one disputes. The best spot by the hearth is the dog's. In the quiet his small movements are loud, the claw scrape, the sigh, the settling, and then he too is part of the stillness again, a dark shape breathing by the red line of the embers, and the hall closes over the sound and is quiet. At the hearth itself, now and then, an ember gives way. Under the drawn-over ash, the coals burn down slowly, and as one loses its last substance, the small architecture of the fire shifts, and a coal settles into the space below it with the faintest of sounds, a soft slip of ash and cinder, a whisper you would never catch by day. A little breath of gray dust lifts and falls back. The red seed of the fire shows for a moment brighter where the ash has thinned. Then the crust closes over it again, and it dims. It is the fire, living its slow secret life through the night, feeding on itself, sinking by degrees, keeping just enough heat to be woken in the morning. No one sees it. The sleepers breathe on. The dog does not lift its head, and the only witness to the ember falling is the dark itself, but it happens, again and again through the small hours, the quiet inward settling of a fire put to bed and left to smolder alone. Every window of the hall was closed at dusk. The wooden shutters knocked to and barred against the cold and the dark, and now the night air pushes at them from outside, finding the gaps, and they give the small sounds that shut wood gives to wind, a low knock, a faint rattle of Beyond the walls, the wind moves, and the shutters answer it. A loose board in its frame, a long thin sigh where the draught slips through. It is a comfortable sound to sleep to, the weather kept out and made small, reduced to a knock and a whisper at the edge of the room while the warmth stays in. Now and then, a stronger gust leans on the whole side of the hall, and the shutters shudder together and are still. Inside, none of it reaches the sleepers as more than a murmur. The wind has the fields and the roof and the outer dark to itself, and the hall keeps its people warm behind the barred wood, listening without waking to the night going by outside. So the hall passes the deep middle of the night, and nothing happens, which is the whole of its peace. The breathing rises and falls. The timbers tick and settle, the dog sleeps by the warm stone, an ember drops now and then through the ash, the shutters knock softly at the wind, and over it all the one small light keeps its little watch on the wall. There is no event in any of it. No one wakes, no one calls, no door opens, no fire flares. The room simply holds its household through the dark, hour upon hour, in a stillness so complete, it seems the hall could go on like this forever. This is what all the evening's care was for, the raking of the fire and the counting out of the lights and the barring of the door, to buy exactly this, a room full of people breathing safely through the night and getting it. The manor sleeps, and the dark goes by outside, and the hours turn over one by one toward a morning that is still a long way off, long before there is any light in the windows. The first of the household begins to wake. It is not many, only the earliest risers, the kitchen folk and a groom or two, whose work begins before the day, and they wake by habit in the cold and the dark, without a bell to call them, the way people wake who have risen at the same black hour every morning of their lives. They do not stir the others. They rise quietly from bench or pallet or floor, stiff with the night and the stone, pull their cloaks close against the cold of the unwarmed hall, and move carefully among the sleepers who are still down, feeling their way in the last of the one small light. The hall is at its coldest now, the fire lowest, the dark deepest, the hour before the gray comes, and into that cold and dark the first few of the day's people get to their feet, while the many still sleep on around them, and the work of the morning quietly begins, and the first thing they go to is the fire, not to make a new one, but to wake the old. They feed it the smallest things first, a few dry rushes, a handful of splinters, and lean close and breathe on it, a long soft breath across the coals, and again, until the red brightens under the breath, and takes the kindling and shows at last a first small tongue of new. They kneel at the hearth, where the coals were banked the night before, and with a careful hand draw back the gray crust of ash that has held the heat all night, and there, deep down, is the red seed of last evening's fire, dulled but living, waiting to be found, flame. It is the same fire that warmed the supper, kept alive underground through the whole of the dark, and coaxed back at the cold end of the night by someone kneeling in the ash. Nothing was struck. Nothing begun, the fire only slept, as the hall slept, and now the earliest hands call it gently back. And the day of the manor begins where the night left off, around the one kneeling figure and the small growing fire. The hall is still full of the night, 24 sleepers breathing in the dark, the dog by the warming stone, the barred door, the shuttered windows, the deep quiet holding a little longer before the gray light finds the rest sleep on a while yet, Leaded panes and the house truly stirs, for now there is only this, the fire waking and the household resting, the long even breath of the room, and the first faint crackle of new flame answering it, the manor between its 2 days. In a while the light will come, and the boards will go back up on their trestles, and the hall will fill again with the traffic of the morning, but not yet. Just now, the great hall does the last of its night's work, which is simply to keep its people warm and safe and asleep a little longer, and it does it well, and the dark holds, and the room breathes on, and the small fire climbs quietly toward the coming day. With every step, the noise of the hall grows fainter behind you. The murmur of the servants settling among the rushes, the shift of a dog by the wall, fire, the tick of cooling timber, until, near the top, it has softened to almost nothing, the sound of a full house heard through. Behind the high table, where the Lord's own colors hang, a low doorway opens onto a stair, and the stair climbs into the dark toward the private chamber above. Come up it now, slowly, a hand on the cold stone of the wall, a thick wall. This is the one place under this roof where the household does not gather. The hall below is common ground, shared by everyone from the lord to the youngest kitchen boy. But the room at the head of these stairs belongs to the family alone, and to the few who serve them closest. The higher you climb, the quieter it becomes, and the warmer and the more still. Let the hall fall away beneath you. There is nothing left down there that needs watching. The fire is put to bed, and the sleepers are breathing, and up here a single soft light is waiting at the turn of the stair. At the top, the stair gives onto a single room, and it is not large, grand by the measure of the village, modest by the measure of a great lord, but private, which in this world is a luxury greater than size. This is the solar, the family's own chamber, set here at the high end of the house above the dais, well away from the smoke and traffic of the kitchen end. The walls are hung with painted cloth, soft colors worked on woven ground, and the cloth drinks the sound so that voices here do not ring, but fall close and low. A small fire, or a shallow pan of glowing embers, takes the chill from the air. A wax candle burns steady on a stand. The floor underfoot is boarded, and strewn, like the hall, with rushes and a scatter of herbs, so that here, too, a footstep lets up a thread of cool green scent. After the long, echoing hall below, the room folds around you, close and finished and quiet. It is the still center of a busy house, and everything in it has been chosen, and kept and cared for by the same hands that keep the keys. Notice the fire, because it is a rare thing. Down in the hall, the great wall, fire burns under its hood of stone, but a fire in a private upper chamber was, in a house like this, a small luxury, something only the better sort could command. Here, it may be no more than a shallow iron pan of embers, carried up glowing from below, set on the hearthstone, to breathe out its warmth through the evening, and be raked cold before sleep. Its light is low and red and gentle, nothing like the working blaze of the kitchen. It does not cook or boil, it only warms, which is a kind of comfort the poor of the village never knew in the places where they slept. Hold the difference lightly, without any sting in it. Most of the people under this roof will lie tonight on the rushes of the hall, or on straw near the kitchen's warmth, and they will be warm enough. But here, In this one small room, warmth is a thing kept for its own sake, glowing quietly on the hearth while the family takes its ease, and that quiet private heat is one of the truest marks of who sleeps above the dais and who sleeps below it. Now the bed, which is the heart of the room and the treasure of the house. It stands against the inner wall, large and square and curtained, and at first glance you might take it for a thing of carved wood, but the wood of it is plain and almost beside the point. The worth of this bed is not in its frame at all. It is in the cloth. A medieval great bed was reckoned among the most valuable possessions a family owned, and its value was counted in hangings and coverings, in linen and wool, and the labor that went into them, far more than in the timber that held them up. A lord might leave his best bed to his heir by name in his will, the way he left a horse or a sword, because it was worth as much as either. Come closer in the low red light. What looks at first like a heavy dark box is really a frame dressed in yards of cloth, curtained on every side, canopied overhead, layered within, and every yard of that cloth cost more than a villager below would see in a season of work. The bed is where the household's wealth is most quietly, most softly kept. Look up into the shadow over the pillows. Two great pieces of cloth make the roof and headboard of the bed, and they hang not from the frame, but from the beams of the chamber itself. Overhead is the tester, a flat panel of cloth stretched out like a low ceiling above the sleepers. Behind the head of the bed hangs the cilior, a matching cloth against the wall. Round the sides run the curtains, hung from rings on a rail, and these could be drawn all the way closed at night, shutting out the draughts that moved even through a good house, shutting in the warmth of the two who lay there, making of the great bed a curtained box of still. Both were suspended from the rafters by cords, so that the bed sat beneath them like a small room within the room, breathed air. Reach up, and you would feel the weight of the tester overhead, the faint sway of it in the moving warmth of the fire. Everything here is soft and heavy and made to be closed. When the curtains are drawn tonight, the sleepers will lie in a small dark tented world of their own, an arm's length of cloth between them and the whole cold night. Inside the curtains, layer on layer, is the softness itself. Beneath everything a mattress, and upon it the feather bed, a great sack of down and feathers, plumped and shaken so that it rises soft and deep, a thing that swallows the body and holds its warmth. Across the head lies the bolster, a long, firm cushion to raise the sleeper. For people of this time often slept half-sitting, propped high against the bolster rather than lying flat. Over the feather bed are drawn the sheets, and the sheets are linen, smooth, cool at first touch, warming slowly to the skin, the good white linen that was washed and folded and kept with such care. And over the linen, the coverlet, wool, thick and heavy, sometimes lined, sometimes furred at the edge, drawn up warm over all. Feather below, linen against the skin, wool above, and the curtains round it all. To lie down in such a bed, after a life spent on straw and beaten earth, would be to sink into a softness scarcely to be believed. Most who lived then never once slept so. In this house 2 people will, tonight, as they do every night, and think nothing of it. It is worth pausing on that word. Valuable, because the modern eye slides past a bed too easily. In our own age, a bed is among the cheaper things we own. In this one, it was among the dearest. Cloth was slow. Every thread of that linen was spun by hand. Every yard of that wool was woven on a hand loom, fulled, dyed, cut, and sewn, each step the work of skilled hands and long hours. A set of good hangings might represent months of somebody's labor, and could be bought only by those with real silver to spend. So the bed and its dressings sat near the very top of the household's wealth, above the plate on the table, above most of the furniture, rivaled only by the lord's arms and horses and the treasure locked in the chests. When such families made their wills, the best bed went down in writing, bequeathed like an heirloom, passed from parent to child across the generations. What you are looking at, curtained and quiet against the wall, is not merely where the lord and lady sleep. It is one of the largest fortunes in the room, kept in the form of cloth, warm and folded and waiting to be drawn closed for the night. But do not imagine the family alone up here, sealed away in private. Privacy in this age was never quite complete, not even for a lord. Look toward the door, and toward the foot of the bed, and you will find, laid out on the boards, a thin pallet of straw, a rough sack stuffed with it, a folded cloak, or a coarse blanket over the top. This is where a body servant sleeps, a chamberlain, a maid, a page, one of the trusted few whose whole work is to be near. They lie within a few feet of the great curtained bed, on the floor, on straw, close enough to hear a low word in the night, close enough to rise and bring a light, tend the fire, fetch what is wanted before dawn. To us the arrangement seems strange, even airless, to sleep, always, with a servant on the floor at the foot of your bed. To them it was simply how a household of rank was run. The great could afford a room of their own. What they could not, and did not wish to, afford was to be truly alone in it. Rank did not buy solitude. It bought a soft high bed, with a servant asleep beside it on the straw. Sit with that thought a while, for it is the quiet truth of the whole chamber. In this world, to be alone did not mean to be by yourself. It meant to be apart from the crowd of the hall, away from the 24 souls bedding down on the common floor below, and gathered instead into a smaller circle, the lord and his lady, perhaps a child in a smaller bed, or a cradle nearby, and the servant on the straw by the door. That was solitude, as much of it as anyone of rank expected or wished for. The idea of a single person sleeping in a locked and empty room, unheard and unattended, would have seemed to them less like luxury than like loneliness or even danger. Warmth was in numbers, safety was in numbers, and so even the most private room in the house held more than one sleeper. The family withdraws from the hall, and the hall lets them go, and up here the circle closes, smaller, warmer, quieter than the room below, but never quite down to one. Alone, in this house, has always meant alone together. The room is quiet now, but it is not idle. There is a last round of a well-run house still to be made, and it is the lady's to make. A great household turned upon her, and the sign of her office hung at her belt, a ring of keys. Keys to the stores and the spice chest, to the linen and the coffers, to the buttery and the wardrobe where the family's cloth and treasure were kept. In a house like this, the wife was no ornament but a manager, the keeper of everything that could be locked, answerable for what was used and what was saved, trusted with the whole soft weight of the household's goods. Listen, and you might hear them, the small, cool clash of iron keys as she moves through the evening, checking that this is put away and that is locked, that the fire is safe and the doors are barred, that tomorrow's needs are seen to before anyone sleeps. The keys are heavy, and she has carried them so long she scarcely feels the weight. They are her charge and her standing both, the plain iron proof that this house, from its bread to its bedding, runs through her hands. Among the things her keys unlock is the chest, and the chest is worth opening for a moment, for the sweetness of it. Along one wall stands a great coffer of oak, banded with iron, and within it lies the household's linen, sheets, towels, table, cloths, shirts, folded and stacked in careful layers. Between the folds are tucked handfuls of dried herbs and sweet flowers, lavender, and other fragrant leaves, laid there to keep the moth away and to leave their scent behind, so that when the lid is lifted, a wave of cool sweetness rises out of the dark of the chest. Good linen was washed rarely and kept beautifully, aired and folded, and put by with real care, because it too was wealth, and because clean sweet linen against the skin was one of the small daily pleasures that money could buy. She lifts the lid, checks that all is in order, perhaps draws out fresh linen for the morning, and lets it fall closed again on its herb-scented dark. The whole chest breathes lavender into the room. It is one of the gentlest smells in the house, and it belongs, like the keys, entirely to her. She moves through the chamber in the low light, and the round she makes is one that women of her station made every night in 10,000 halls across the land, the fire seen to, so that no stray spark can find the rushes or the cloth in the dark. The candle ends noted, These last checks are the true close of her day, the small unremarked rituals by which a house is kept. Doors and shutters felt to be barred, the servant's pallet there by the door, the children breathing where they should be. Nothing about it is hurried, and nothing about it is grand. It is simply the attention that a large and complicated household needs in order to wake tomorrow as it woke today, with everything in its place. A well-run house does not run itself. It runs on someone remembering every single night to make this quiet round before the light goes out. She has made it so many times that her feet know the way in the dark. And when she is satisfied, when the house is safe and folded and still, she can at last turn to the evening's own small pleasures, the hour of quiet that is hers before sleep. Now the house is quiet, and the evening is theirs. Down in the hall the light was two kinds at once, steady wax at the high table, dimmer tallow below. But up here there is only the one, a good beeswax candle, tall and pale and almost without smell, burning with a clean and even flame on its stand. Its small circle of gold is the whole lit world of the room. Beyond it the chamber falls away into warm shadow. The bed a darker mass, the walls a soft glimmer of painted cloth. In that circle of candlelight, the family gathers for the last hour of the day, and passes it as people of their kind have always passed it, not in idleness, but in the gentle, unhurried occupations that ask nothing of the failing light. There is needlework to be taken up, and a board of a game to be set out, and perhaps a few notes drawn from an instrument in the corner, and a book to be read aloud. The night presses at the shutters. Inside the one warm ring of the candle, unhurried, the evening unspools, and there is nowhere any of them would rather be, and nothing they need do, but sit and sew and listen and be still. Take the needlework first, for it was the lady's art, and in this age it was an art indeed. English embroidery of these years was famous across all of Europe. Churchmen in distant cities prized it, and it traveled as far as the great courts of the south. So fine was the work of English needles. In the chamber it is quieter than that, but of the same craft, a frame set up to hold the cloth taut, a length of linen or silk stretched on it, and the slow bright work of the needle drawing colored thread, and, in the richest pieces, thread of real gold through the weave. She sits close to the candle, for the work is fine and the light is little, and her needle rises and falls in the small steady rhythm that could fill a whole winter of evenings. A single ornamented cloth might take a year of such hours, worked a stitch at a time by candlelight. There is no hurry in it at all. The hand knows the pattern, the eye follows the thread, the room is silent, but for the small draw of the needle through the cloth, again and again and again, while the candle burns down. When the eyes tire of the needle, there are games to be played, and they are older and slower than ours. On a low table a board is set out. It might be for chess, the game of kings, its heavy pieces carved of wood or bone, played with long thought and longer silences between the moves. It might be for tables, a game of counters and the throw of dice across a folding board, ancestor of pastimes still played today. Or it might be a simpler thing, scratched on wood, mirals, a game of 9 small men, and a grid of lines, quick to learn and endless to play. None of these is loud. They are games of sitting still, of the click of a piece set down, of a hand hovering and settling, of a quiet word or the small clatter of dice into a corner of the board. The candle throws the player's shadows large on the painted wall. A move is made, and then a long pause, and then another. The game is half an excuse to sit together in the warm circle of light and let the evening pass. Somewhere a piece is lifted and held and set down again, and no one is in any hurry at all to win. And there may be music, though not the kind that fills a hall. Set aside in the corner, against the cloth-hung wall, stands a harp, a small one, made to be held in the lap or set on the knee, its wooden frame strung with gut, its voice soft and near. In a chamber like this, it was the instrument of the evening, quiet enough not to carry, sweet enough to fill one warm room, easy to take up and lay down again. Someone lifts it now, a daughter perhaps, or the lady herself, and draws a hand across the strings, and the notes fall out into the room, single and clear, one following another with long spaces between. There is no performance in it, no audience beyond the 2 or 3 who sit within the candle's light. It is only music made to be near, to thread the quiet rather than break it, a few plucked notes rising and fading against the small sounds of the fire and the needle. The harp has been played in this way, in rooms like this, for longer than anyone can say. Its voice is old and low, and made for exactly this hour, when the day is done and the house is still, and there is nothing left to do but let a little music go softly into the dark. But of all the evening's pleasures, the oldest and the dearest is the one that asks least, a book read aloud. Reading in this age was rarely the silent private thing it is for us. Books were few and precious, and most people could not read at all, and so to read was very often to read aloud, one voice giving the words to a whole listening room. In the chamber tonight, someone reads, and the others sew, or play, or simply sit and listen with their eyes half closed, and the story moves through the warm air in a single quiet voice. It might be a romance, a tale of nights and long journeys and courtly love, the kind of story that filled the leisure of people like these. Or it might be something to carry them toward sleep and prayer, the words of the Psalms, read slow and low by candlelight. The voice does not hurry. It rises and falls in the gentle cadence of one reading, for others who are growing drowsy, pausing at the turn of a page, letting the fire settle in the gaps. To be read to, in a warm room, at the end of a long day, it is one of the surest paths into sleep there is. And it was theirs 700 years ago, near enough as it is ours to reach for the book they read from. And here the evening touches something rare. For the book of devotions in a house like this was very often a psalter, a volume of the Psalms, the prayers said and sung across the whole of Christendom, copied out by hand, and, in a wealthy house, painted and adorned. It was the family's own book, kept carefully, carried up from the hall or the chapel to the chamber for the evening's reading, and set by the candle where its pages could catch the light. A psalter was a costly thing. Every leaf was skin, scraped and smoothed. Every word was written by a scribe's hand, and the finest of them were illuminated, their margins and initials worked in color and in gold by a painter over many months. Such a book was an heirloom and a treasure both, named in wills alongside the beds and the plate, handed down through a family across the generations. Someone lifts it now into the candlelight and turns toward the evening's psalm. The pages are heavy and soft with handling. And in the margins of this particular book, were you to look, there is something waiting that closes a quiet circle, but that is for a moment yet. First, the prayers. And in this house of all houses, the book by the candle might be a very particular one. For the lord of this manor, Sir Geoffrey Luttrell, had a psalter made for himself, a great book of the Psalms, written and painted for him over years, one of the most richly illuminated books of its age in all of England. We must be careful, and say might, and perhaps, for we cannot follow the book from room to room across 7 centuries. But it is no fancy to picture it here. This was a family that owned such a book, in these years, in this country, and a psalter was made to be used, read from, prayed over, carried to the chamber at night. So let the book on the table be theirs, the very psalter the Lord had made, open now in the candlelight, while a quiet voice reads the evening's psalm. It is heavier than most, and finer, its pages crowded at the edges with small painted scenes. The reader's thumb rests in the margin. The gold on the page catches the flame and gives it back. And what is painted there, small and bright along the foot of the leaves, is a thing worth waiting for. But the psalm comes first, and then the prayers, and only then the pictures. Here is what waits in the margins, painted small along the foot of the pages, the house itself. For the painters who made this book filled its lower edges with the life of the Lord's own manor, the very world you have been moving through all this long evening. There, in miniature and bright as new, is a kitchen with its cooks, an old bearded man dipping into a steaming cauldron, a boy chopping herbs at a 3-legged table, another pounding at a great mortar. And there, on the facing leaf, is the feast, the Lord at the center of a long white-clothed table, his lady beside him, 2 friars in their black and white, a servant bringing dishes, and a cup-bearer, kneeling to hand up the cup. The hall you sat in tonight, the supper that was served, the kneeling cup-bearer, the very shapes of that evening. A family had them all painted into the margins of their own book of prayers. But the pictures can keep till the prayers are said. For now the reader turns back toward the psalm, and the painted feast waits there in the foot of the page, bright and small and patient, for the eyes that will find it another night. When the psalm is read, the reading turns to prayer. This was the ordinary close of a day like theirs, not the great public offices of the church, but a quiet private devotion said in the chamber before sleep, the family gathered in the candlelight while the words are read low. There are prayers that were said at this hour in countless bedchambers across the land, prayers commending the sleeper to God through the dark, asking that the household be kept safe till morning, giving the day back into hands larger than their own. Outside the shutters, the night stands cold and wide over the fields, over the sleeping hall below, over the whole dark countryside, and here in the one warm room, a few quiet voices give the day its ending, the same ending, near enough, that has been given to days in this country. The voice reads them slowly, and the others answer under their breath, or simply listen, their heads bowed in the warm ring of light. It is a gentle thing, this last devotion, and an old one. The candle burns lower. For as long as there have been houses and candles and the fear of the dark, there is nothing left after the prayers but sleep. The little books of devotion that survive from these centuries are worn most of all at the evening prayers, thumbed soft where the same tired hands turned to the same words night after night, and one can imagine how many of those nights ended not with an amen, but with the book. And often sleep arrived before the prayers were done. This is one of the tenderest small facts the old books give up, that people prayed in bed and drifted off in the middle of it, easing shut and the eyes closing over an unfinished line. There is no failure in it. To fall asleep at prayer, warm and safe and held, in the middle of a word, is perhaps the gentlest way a day can end. The reader's voice grows slower. A pause stretches longer than the last. Someone's head has dipped, the answering murmur has fallen quiet, and the devotion simply thins away into breathing, the last words of it left hanging softly in the room, unspoken, unmissed. Let your own attention do the same. There is no line here you must finish, no word you must reach. The prayer can trail off half said, and the book can close itself, and the dark can come up gently over the unfinished end of it, exactly as it did for them. Now the curtains of the great bed are drawn. One by one, the rings slide along their rail with a soft wooden run, and the heavy cloth falls closed, shutting the sleepers into their small tented dark, warm and breathed. The bolster is high. The linen is cool and then not cool. The wool is drawn up, and the day, at last, is set down. On the floor by the door, the servant settles onto the straw, pulling the cloak over a shoulder, near enough to hear if a voice should call in the night, far enough to be, for the sleepers behind the curtains, as good as absent. The room outside the bed goes dim and still. And within the curtains, two people lie in the deep, soft dark of a bed worth more than a village cottage, sinking slowly into a feather that holds them like still water, warm from crown to foot, save that the feet, on a cold night, want a little more, and for the feet there is. The fire is low, the candle waits to be put out. One last small comfort still to come, carried up warm from the fire below. A stone, a good smooth stone, kept for the purpose, was set by the fire through the evening until it had drunk up the heat, and then it was lifted out, wrapped thick in a cloth so it would not scorch, and carried to the bed and tucked down among the sheets at the foot, For the cold feet of the bed there was, in this age, no pan of coals on a long handle, no metal warmer of the kind a later century would bring. That comfort had not yet been thought of. What they had was older and simpler, and it worked. Feet would find it. That was the bed, warmer of the time. A hot stone in a wrapping of wool, giving its stored heat slowly back through the long cold hours. Someone kneels at the hearth now, and draws the stone out of the fire with a cloth-wrapped hand, testing the warmth of it against a cheek, folding it round and round in a worn piece of woolen cloth. It is a humble thing, a stone from the ground warmed at a fire, but slid down into a cold bed on a winter night. It is a small and perfect kindness, and it has warmed the feet of sleepers for longer than anyone remembers. The wrapped stone goes down into the bed, pushed deep beneath the coverlet to the foot, and left there to do its slow, quiet work. Slip in after it, in imagination, and feel what the sleepers feel. The first cool touch of the linen giving way, within a minute or two, to a spreading warmth low at the feet, a small steady heat that eases up through the cold and lets the body loosen and let go. There is a particular comfort in warmth at the feet on a cold night. It is where the chill hangs longest and bites deepest, and the wrapped stone answers it exactly. A gentle warmth radiating out through the wool and the linen into the feather bed. The sleepers draw their feet toward it and are still. Outside the drawn curtains, the room cools and darkens. Inside, the little warmth spreads and holds. Slowly, slowly, the stone will give up its heat across the hours, cooling as the sleepers cool into sleep, until by the gray of morning it is only a stone again, a cold, smooth weight at the foot of the bed, its whole warmth spent quietly into the dark while everyone slept. Only the candle is left, and now it too goes out. In a house built of timber and cloth and dry rushes, no flame is ever left to burn alone through the night. The last small light of the day, the flame that lit the sewing and the reading and the prayers, must be put out before anyone truly sleeps. A hand comes up to the candle, the lady's most likely, on the last of her rounds, and the wick is pinched between finger and thumb, or pressed out with a small tool kept for it, and the flame is gone. A thread of gray smoke lifts from the dying wick and unwinds into the dark, carrying its faint, warm smell of honey and wax through the cooling room. For a moment, the after-image of the light hangs in the eye. Then that fades too, and the chamber is given over to the fire, to the low red glow on the hearth, the last live thing in the room, throwing a dim and shifting warmth across the foot of the bed, and no further. The bright little world of the candle is closed, though what is left is older and dimmer and enough. The red breath of the fire, and the dark and the sound of the house asleep. And so the solar sleeps. The candle is out. The fire on the hearth has sunk to a low red glow. The great bed is a curtained darkness with two sleepers deep inside it and a warm stone at their feet, and by the door the servant breathes slow on the straw. The room holds nothing now but sleep and shadow and the faint red pulse of the fire settling down toward morning. Below, through the boards of the floor, the whole house is doing the same. The hall full of its own sleepers on the rushes. The porter's bar dropped across the door, the dark closing room by room from the kitchen to the wall. The family is asleep above the dais, in the softest and dearest room the house can offer, and around them the manor lies quiet under the night, save out on the wall in the cold, for one small watch still keeping the dark. But that is a floor away, and another story, and it too. Everything that needed doing has been done. The house checked, the linen folded, the prayers half said, the light put out. There is nothing left to keep watch over up here, and no one left awake to keep it. Let the last of the fire fade. We'll ask nothing of you but that you drift toward it slowly, and sleep. Come outside now, past the barred door of the hall, into the cold of the courtyard, and stand a moment at the foot of the wall. Above you, the stonework rises dark against a sky, pricked with stars, and the top of it is cut into the square teeth of a battlement, black now, holding nothing but the wind. Below, on the far side, the water of the moat lies flat and quiet, a still ring drawn around the house, catching here and there a broken piece of the sky. The manor sleeps at your back. You can feel more than hear the great mass of it breathing, the hall full of sleepers, the low fire drawn down to a dull red line, the household settled into the dark. Out here the air is different, thinner and colder, carrying the smell of water and old stone. This is the last edge of the house, the place where its warmth gives out and the night begins, and it is kept through all the small hours by very few. Stand here a while in the quiet. Nothing is coming. There is only the wall, and the water, and the wind moving over both, and the long, uneventful watch that holds the dark until morning. The way in and out of a house like this is a single great gate, and at curfew it was shut. You can see it now in the faint light, the two heavy leaves of it drawn together and held. Across the back of them lies a beam of oak as thick as a man's leg, dropped into iron brackets set deep in the stone on either side, so that no push from without can move it. The chains hang slack and cold. The bar has been lowered, the way it is lowered every night, without hurry, one more of the small settling acts by which a household puts itself away for the dark. There is nothing anxious in it. The gate is shut because the day is over, and the road is done with, not because anything waits on the far side of it. A closed gate at night is one of the oldest comforts there is, a plain line drawn between the sleeping house and the wide, dark country around it, saying quietly that everyone who belongs here is within, and the night may keep to itself. The beam holds, the house is closed, and the cold works slowly into the iron and the oak while the manor sleeps. Set into one leaf of the great gate is a smaller door, low and narrow, cut so that a single person on foot might pass through without unbarring the whole. This is the wicket. By day it stands open, and the life of the manor goes back and forth through it. A servant on an errand, a message, a load of firewood, a beggar come for the alms gathered from the tables. By night it too is shut and fastened, and it becomes simply another closed thing in a house full of closed things. It is a door made to the size of one quiet crossing, not to the swing of carts or the passage of horses. The great gate is for the day's traffic, the wicket for the odd late foot. Look at how worn the sill of it is, rubbed pale and smooth by 100 years of ordinary passing, the coming and going of people whose names are gone. Tonight, no one crosses it. It waits, latched and still, its small business finished until the light comes back and the manor opens itself again to the road. All of this, the great gate, the bar, the wicket, is the charge of one man, and his whole trust is the door. The porter keeps the keys, and there is one key in particular, a heavy thing of black iron, long as your hand and more, its wards cut for the one lock it will ever turn. By day he sits at the gate and knows who passes. By night he has turned this key, dropped the bar, and taken the weight of the house's safety onto himself in the plainest way there is. It is not a grand office, but it is an old and a trusted one, for to hold the keys of a house is to be answerable for everything that comes into it and everything that does not. The key hangs now at his belt or rests on its peg within his reach, cold to the touch, doing nothing, meaning everything. A locked door is only as good as the man who keeps its key, and this one has kept it, night after night, so long that the keeping has become a thing he does without thought, the way you draw a bolt at home before you climb the stairs. Behind the battlements runs a narrow walk of stone, a path along the top of the wall wide enough for one man to pace, and this is where the night is kept. It is an unlovely place at this hour, cold underfoot, open to the wind on one side, and dropping to the dark courtyard on the other, the kind of place no one would choose to be if the choosing were theirs. Along it, slowly, at no particular pace, moves the watch. There is not much of it. This is a manor, not a fortress. The wall was never truly made to hold off an army, and the walk along its top is paced by no garrison, but by a handful of ordinary men taking their turn. They go up when the household goes down, and they come down when it wakes, and between those 2 hours they walk this narrow stone in the cold and keep the dark company. The wind finds them here more than anywhere. It comes over the open country and up the face of the wall and along the walk, steady and indifferent, and the men on watch lean into it and go on pacing, because that, tonight, is the whole of the work. The watch does not go blind through the dark, but it carries very little light, and what it carries is small. In a niche in the wall, out of the worst of the wind, burns a thin rushlight, a peeled rush dipped in fat, held upright in the pinch of a little iron holder, giving a flame no bigger than a thumbnail. It is enough to find a footing by, no more. A great light would be worse than none, for it would blind the eye that carries it and leave the dark beyond only darker. The watch wants its eyes open to the night, not to the flame. So the rushlight is kept low and close and shielded, a small steady point of warmth on the cold wall, and the man who tends it spends more of his looking outward, into the black country beyond the moat, where the light does not reach and does not need to. There is a discipline in a small flame kept small. It asks little, and it gives little, and it is exactly the right amount for the work of standing in the dark and watching a night in which, with any luck at all, nothing whatever will happen. Over his body he wears a padded coat, a gambeson, thick with layers of quilted cloth. On his head, perhaps, an iron cap with a broad brim, a kettle hat, made to turn the weather as much as any blow, and in his hand a spear, held loosely, its butt on the stone, more a thing to. The man on the wall is dressed for the cold and for standing still, not for battle. Lean on than to fight with. There is no shining plate here, no gleaming knight out of a later age. The armor of these years is humbler stuff, mail and quilting and iron, and the watchman wears the lightest end of it. He is not waiting to meet an enemy. He is waiting out the hours, which is a different task and a far longer one. To fight is quick and rare. To stand in the dark and be ready is slow and nightly, and it is the second that fills a life like his. Seen from behind, against the faint gray of the sky, he is only a dark shape on the wall, patient and unhurried, the spear a thin line against the stars, the broad brim of his hat a low black curve, a man doing quietly the oldest and least eventful duty a house can ask. Look up at the battlements themselves, cut black against the stars. They have the shape of defense, the square teeth a man might shelter behind, the wall a man might stand upon, and yet a house like this was never really built to be defended in earnest. To cut the top of your wall into these teeth, a lord needed the king's own license, and such licenses were sought and granted in their hundreds. Near enough, 460 of them survive in the rolls, sought as much for the rank they proclaimed as for any wall they. Its walls are strong to the eye and weak to an army. Its gate would not hold long against anyone truly determined to come in. What the battlements are for is something quieter than war. They are a statement in stone, raised. The teeth against the sky are a kind of writing. They say, to anyone who passes in the daylight, a night lives here. That is their whole meaning, and on most nights, this one among them, it is the only thing they have to say. No one is reading them now. They stand black and empty above the sleeping house, saying their one quiet word to the dark. Above the arch of the gate, cut into the stone, is the mark of the family that holds this place, a shield worked in relief, worn a little by the weather, too dark now to read, but they're all the same. By day you would see the small birds of the household's arms upon it, the same birds that hang in blue and silver cloth behind the Lord's seat within. In stone above the gate, and in cloth above the table, the house says the same thing in two places, whose it is. It is not a boast so much as a fact set down where a fact belongs, at the threshold, for anyone arriving to know at once under whose roof and whose peace they have come. At night, the carving keeps its place and loses its colors, a pale shape in the dark stone, holding the family's name above the shut door while the family sleeps behind it. The birds cannot be seen, but they are there, worked into the wall by a mason long dead, for a house that meant to stand, a small permanence set over the coming and going, the arms of the manor keeping their post above the gate through every dark hour, as steady as the bar below. But the truest keeper of the gate at this hour goes on 4 legs, not 2. Across the passage inside the shut gate, stretched out on the cold stone with his chin on his paws, lies a great dog, a mastiff, heavy-headed and short-coated, the kind kept shut away through the day precisely so that it will be wakeful now. All day it was penned and idle. All night it is exactly where it wishes to be, lying square across the one-way in, between the sleeping house and the barred door. It is not asleep, though it looks nearly so. Its eyes are half shut, and its breathing is slow, but one ear turns, now and then, toward the wind and the small sounds beyond the wall, a stone settling, water moving, some night creature in the reeds, and then goes still again. The dog reads the night through that one turning ear far better than any man on the wall reads it through his eyes. It has lain here 1,000 nights and knows the ordinary sounds of every one of them, and it is those ordinary sounds, and only those, that reach it now. There is a plain and reassuring truth in the way the dog lies. As long as it does not lift its head, nothing in the night is wrong. A raised head, a low sound in the throat, would mean something worth attending to. A chin kept on the paws means the night is exactly as it should be, which is to say, empty. And it is empty. Look out through the bars of the gate at the road that runs away from the house into the dark. It is a pale thread between black fields, going toward the sleeping village and the wide country beyond, and there is nothing on it. No traveler, no rider, no shape moving where no shape should be. These shires, in these very years, were not always so quiet. Armed bands of gentry rode them at times, the Fulvilles and the Cautrels and their like, men who in one year even seized a king's own justice off the road. That is the reason, in the end, for the wall and the bar and the dog. Not for tonight, but for the rare bad night that gives all the quiet ones their point. And tonight is not that night. The road is empty. The horn stays silent. I is coming up out of the dark. If anything were coming, there is a way the alarm would be raised. And it is worth knowing only so that you may hear how thoroughly it is not being used. By the gate, on a peg, hangs a horn. This is the whole of the manor's alarm. No bell rung on the hour, no watchman calling the time, none of that. The watch here is silent. Its work is to walk and to look and to listen and to say nothing, all night long, because there is nothing to say. Only if a real trouble came would the horn be lifted and blown, and the shout raised, and the sleeping house and the sleeping village brought up out of their beds to answer, the old hue and cry, the country's own way of catching what threatens it. But the horn on its peg is cold and untouched. It has hung here through hundreds of nights and been sounded on almost none of them. Tonight it will not be lifted. It hangs in the dark by the shut gate, a small curved shape, silent, as it is meant to be, the alarm that measures its worth by how seldom it is ever heard. Go back to the water now, to the still moat that rings the house, and to the fringe of reeds that stands along its inner edge. The wind that troubles the men on the wall troubles these too, and they answer it, bending all together one way and then easing back, a slow dry whispering along the water's edge that goes on and troubles no one. It is one of the few sounds out here, the reeds and the wind itself over the open stone, and now and then the smallest lap of water against the bank. There is a great restfulness in listening to it, the wind and the reeds and the water making between them a sound with no words and no meaning and no end, the plain voice of a cold night moving over a quiet place. The reeds have grown here as long as the moat has held water, and they will bend to 1,000 more winds after this one, and none of it matters or needs to. The sound of them settle over you, the way it settles over the sleeping house, a small, dry, endless whispering at the edge of the dark water, keeping the night no company but its own. The water itself, where the reeds give way, lies almost perfectly still. The wind ruffles its surface here and there and then lets it go, and in the calm patches the moat becomes a dark mirror, holding the stars, not sharply, but as small trembling points of light scattered across the black water, doubling the sky below the wall. It is very cold, this water, and very old. A moat like this was dug as much for the fish it held, and the show it made, as for any keeping out. A ring of tended water that fed the high table on fish, days and set the house about, with a bright still band by day. By night, it is only darkness and reflected stars, a quiet depth lying between the wall and the fields. Nothing moves in it that you can see. Somewhere down in the cold, a fish holds its place in the black water, and the surface above it keeps the stars, and the whole still ring lies waiting for a dawn that is hours off yet. Look into it a while. There is nothing in the dark water but the sky, laid down flat and trembling, and the deep, patient cold of the middle of the night. Out beyond the moat, in the dark of the trees, the owls are awake. You will not often see one, a pale shape crossing the gray of the sky, gone before you are sure of it, but you will hear them. The long, low call passing between them across the fields, question and answer, the oldest conversation of a country night. They are hunting, in their silent way, over the stubble and the field edges, and their calling has nothing to do with the house or the watch, or anything human at all. It is simply the sound the darkness makes when it is going about its own quiet business. There is a strange comfort in a sound that means nothing is wrong, that has meant nothing is wrong on 10,000 nights before this one. The owl calling over the dark fields, the house asleep behind its wall, and the whole cold country going about the untroubled business of. To the men on the wall, an owl is nothing to mind, a familiar voice, part of the ordinary furniture of the night, no more to be feared than the wind. Its call comes and fades, and comes again from further off, and the watch does not even turn its head. On the wall, the man walks his slow round again, and now, in the deepest cold of the night, you can see his breath. It leaves him in a faint, pale cloud, catches for a moment what little light there is, and is gone, breath after breath, the one visible sign that a living, warm thing is up here in the cold stone, dark at all. He stamps his feet a little to keep the blood in them. He shifts the spear from one hand to the other and blows on his fingers. These are small things, the whole action of the hour, to be cold, and to bear it, and to go on pacing, and to keep the eyes open on a night in which nothing will ask anything more of him than that. He is not brave here, and he is not needed in any sharp way. He is simply present, awake while others sleep, a warm breath showing and fading on the wall. And that presence, undramatic as it is the whole point of him, that the house may sleep the more soundly for one man being cold on its behalf, walking and watching and breathing his small clouds into the dark, so that no one within need think about the night at all. Turn back once toward the house, and think of what lies behind the wall the watchman guards. On the benches, on the fresh rushes wrapped in their day, cloaks, on straw laid down along the walls. The lower household of the manor lies asleep on the same floor it ate on a few hours before. The grooms, the pages, the hall servants, a good part of them, the children of the. Through the shut door and down the length of the dark hall, the fire that warmed the supper has been drawn low, and all that is left of it is a dull red line along the stone, a soft glow with no flame, giving out its last slow heat over the sleepers. And there are many sleepers. Very village beyond the moat, The hall breathes with them, the slow breathing of many people in one warm room, threaded with the tick of cooling timber and the small shift of a dog by the hearth. This is what the wall is around, and the watch is for, not treasure in the end, but this, a roomful of ordinary sleeping people, warm behind stone, and one low line of red across the hearth keeping them the last of its heat until the morning. Step back once more in your mind, out past the moat, and see the whole of it from the dark of the fields, the manor at midnight, a black mass of walls and roof against a sky full of stars, one low glow showing where a shielded light burns for the watch, everything else dark and shut and still. It is not large, this house, for all its wall and its water, grand beside the village cottages. It would be a modest thing beside a great baron's castle, a knight's hall, and no more. But it holds, tonight, everything that matters to the couple of dozen souls asleep within it. Their warmth, their supper eaten, their safety such as it is, the whole small world of the household gathered under one roof and ringed with one wall. It only sits in the dark, breathing its faint glow, a single lit and guarded point in a wide black sleeping country, keeping its people through the middle of the night the way it has kept them through every night of their lives, without their having, most of them, to know or. From out here, it makes no sound you can hear. Think about it at all. Up at the high end of the house, above the dais where the Lord's table stood, one dark window marks the solar, the family's own chamber, where an hour or two ago there were prayers read by candlelight, and where now the Lord and his people sleep behind a drawn curtain, and the moon has come round over the roof of the hall, low and pale, and it lays a thin, cold light along the ridge and down the near slope of the roof, silvering the wet stone of the wall. Closed door, a servant on a pallet within call. No light shows there. The candle has been pinched out. The reading is done. The book that was read has been carried the little way back to its place and shut away for the night. The whole house, high end and low, Lord's chamber and servants' floor, has come at last to the same condition, closed, quiet, given over to sleep, and only the moon moves over it, and the slow watch on the wall and the wind. It is the stillest hour. Even the owls have gone quiet. There is nothing left now to do but let the last of the night pass. So let your attention climb, one last time, the little stair at the high end of the hall, up from the sleeping floor, past the wall that muffles the breathing of the household below, into the quiet of the solar where the family lies. It is warmer here than on the wall, and darker and very still. The curtains are drawn round the great bed. A wrapped and heated stone gives its dwindling warmth under the sheets. On his pallet by the door, a servant sleeps lightly, close enough to hear a word in the night. And here, in this quiet upper room, is kept the thing this whole house and this whole evening have been quietly circling toward. Not the plate, not the spices under lock, not the fish in the moat or the venison that came as a gift, something smaller than any of these, and, in its way, more lasting. It stands shut in a chest against the wall, wrapped from the dust, a book. Let the wall and the watch and the cold go now. Come up out of the night into the still solar, and let us end where the house keeps its own likeness, in the pages of a book. The book is a psalter, a book of psalms, the psalms that were said and sung through every hour of the medieval day, copied out by hand on leaf after leaf of fine parchment and bound between heavy boards. This one was made for the lord of this house himself, Sir Geoffrey Luttrell, whose hall you have spent the evening in, had it made a great and costly thing, years in the writing and the painting. The sort of book a family keeps for generations and reads from at prayer. By day it might be brought out and turned by careful hands. By night it lies where its worth is safest, shut in its chest against the wall of the solar, the boards closed, the clasps fastened, a small dense weight of parchment and paint sleeping along with the house that owns it. There is nothing to see of it now, only the dark shape of the chest and the knowledge of what lies within. But of everything under this roof, this closed book in this closed chest may be the thing that outlasts them all. The wall, the moat, the hall, the very stones will change and fall and be rebuilt, and the book, if it is kept, will still be here. And here is the quiet wonder of it, the thing worth carrying down into sleep, along the lower edges of that book's pages, painted small and bright beneath the holy words, is this very house. Turn in your mind, for the clasps are shut, to the pages where the painter set down the Lord's own hall at its work, and you will find it all. There are the cauldrons steaming over the kitchen fire, 3 of them. There is the long table with its white cloth laid the length of it, the Lord at the center and his wife beside him. There is the cup-bearer kneeling, holding up the cup. The very supper you watched, laid and eaten this evening, is there in the margin, painted and still, the pots and the trenchers and the kneeling servant caught and kept. The hall had its own likeness made, and set inside its own book of prayers, down in the border where the eye wanders at devotion. It is the room looking at itself. Everything you have seen tonight, the fire in the wall, the boards on their trestles, the light and the smoke and the ceremony of the meal. Some of it, at least, a painter saw too, and set down in little 700 years ago, so that it might not be lost. Think of the 2 of them, then, lying near each other in the dark, the hall below, emptied and sleeping, and the painted hall above, shut in the book. Down in the real hall, the boards have been lifted from the trestles and stacked against the wall, the cloth folded away, the floor given over to sleepers, the long table of the feast is gone until it is set up again. But up in the margin of the psalter that same table is still laid, the cloth still white, the cup still lifted, the supper still going on as it went on the day the painter watched it. The room takes itself apart every night and puts itself away, and the picture of the room stays exactly as it was, holding one evening open forever, while all the real evenings close. The hall keeps the book, shut in its chest, the book keeps the hall, laid out in its margin, and between the 2 of them, one ordinary supper, in one ordinary manner, is set down where time cannot quite reach it. The living room lets its evening go, as every evening must be let go. The painted room does not. On the page, the meal is still being served, so the night comes to its end, the way a book comes to its end, not with anything happening, but with a page turned down, and the covers brought quietly together. Out on the wall, the watch walks its last slow rounds, the dog lies with its chin on its paws, the reeds whisper at the water, and the owls have gone still, and in the solar the psalter sleeps in its chest, the painted supper laid inside it in the dark. Down in the hall the low red line of the hearth grows fainter, and the many sleepers breathe, and the timber ticks as it cools, and nothing at all is asked of the hour but that it pass. The house has closed itself, room by room, gate and shutter and clasp, and there is nothing left to see. Let it close. Let the wall keep its cold watch, and the book keep its bright small picture, and let the manor drift on down through the dark toward a morning that is still a long way off. The evening is over. The page is painted. The book is shut, softly, over the quiet supper it will keep for 700 years, and the hall, at last, is asleep.
You've reached the end of tonight's archive. If you're still awake, thank you for staying. And if you drifted off somewhere in the dark, then it did its work. Rest now. The next chapter will be here when you are. Sleep well. This has been Archive Whispers.